All right. Good morning, everybody. October 6th, Monday, October 6th, kicking off another trading week. And we have some crazy news with AMD. Just opening up here so we can get situated in the morning session. We'll start the usual news headline scan. Really, the big thing is AMD, guys. Some of your commodities are starting to shake and move just a little bit. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Whoa, what did I do there? Jeez, those are some zoomed in candles. Take a look at AMD here. What's going on? Why is my... So almost at that all-time high. Almost. All right, perfect. I got my other chart open here. Let me just do the top gainers. So to discuss here in the pre-market, just getting situated. So again, right off the hop, we have AMD news, OpenAI partnership planning to build, what was it, 7 gigawatt centers? It seems to be they just keep running this OpenAI headline basically through all the different semiconductors here, but AMD strikes partnership with OpenAI. Basically, the key thing is OpenAI plans to deploy 6 gigawatts worth of AMD Instincts graphics processing units or GPUs over the course of the partnership. Blah, blah, blah. As a part of the agreement, OpenAI received a warrant to purchase up to 160 million shares of AMD stock. If issued in full, those shares would represent around 9% ownership. Bang, bang, bang. Let's go through some of the rest of these headlines and we'll look at what's shaking and moving again. Let me just see here. So top gainers. Comerica, ticker CMA. What is that one doing today? That's also gapping up this morning. Let's see what the news headline is. Oh, okay, so Fifth Third to acquire Comerica in an all-stock transaction at 10.9 billion. Interesting. All right, so CMA being acquired. So CMA being bought out. Tough to really do anything around that. Let's see what else we got going on. GE's up, Oracle's up, Circle, CRCO, that's up a few percentage points. Ticker EAT is up. Taiwan Semi catching it, Carvana catching it, ANAT, Dell, Toyota. Yeah, everything's catching a decent bid there. Let's see the losers. So on the losers list, you got quantum names under a bit of pressure this morning. IONQ down. Shake Shack seeing some distribution. Abercrombie and Fitch. Smurfit Westrock. Anheuser-Busch, Visa, McDonald's, Eli Lilly, Tapestry. Interesting, okay. See some of the unusual volume lists. So unusual volume. RBOT, Vicarious Surgical Inc. Let's look if there's a headline on that ticker. It's a very small micro cap, but not seeing anything on the headline. Another day where LAC is trying to press to the high side. Just an absolute monster. Crazy. All right, you also got ticker path seeing that pretty big gap up. So when that got the announcement on OpenAI, absolutely got sold into. Now it's gapping up as well. So ticker PATH seeing some additional buy side pressure. Butterfly Network, ticker BFLY. Let's take a peek. Also gapping up this morning, coming into the daily 200 moving average. There could be a short there, but it's just a little bit of a lower market cap stock, 561 million. It will have enough volume for sure to trade today. Let's see what the news is. Butterfly Network launches first to market artificial intelligence gestational age tool in sub-Saharan Africa to improve maternal health. Interesting. Hmm. The digital health company transforming care with handheld whole body ultrasound and intuitive software today announced the launch of a first of its kind gestational age artificial intelligence tool in Malawi and Uganda. The tool is Butterfly's latest innovation to improve maternal and fetal health through AI-aided point-of-care ultrasound, aka POCUS, P-O-C-U-S, point-of-care ultrasound. Cool. And comes as the company announces a milestone year of its obstetrical POCUS advancement across the sub-Saharan. So it's an ultrasound tool that they're now using accompanied with AI. So this is what BFLY. So it's a little bit of a tech innovation, which does suggest that it can keep squeezing and running. I mean, right away we have a pretty decent bullish pattern from this little bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout. You have a bigger left shoulder here that's also trying to stage a bit of a breakout, but this one could absolutely run. You're trying to break out here on positive news and see how high it went in the pre-market. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. BFLY, so a little bit of an ultrasound tool. I'll post that in the free Telegram chat there just so you can see the article for yourself. So it is trying to break out to the high side there. It might be worth trading that one. Honestly, it's kind of flying under the radar. Obviously, most people are going to be looking at semiconductors today with AMD, but that one's not a bad one. It's a positive news catalyst. Stocks gapping up, market strong. It could catch some liquidity. All right, you're seeing again some of these eVTOL stocks, Archer Aviations, still ripping to the high side, gapping up this morning. Let's look at Joby. Joby's another one that isn't performing as well as Archer, but obviously it has broken out kind of ahead of Archer. But Archer's just looking squeezy here. ACHR. So let's look at the news on eVTOL stocks. No real news yet that I'm seeing across the wire here. Joby takes flight from Marina to Salinas at the California International Air Show. So I guess there was an international air show where Joby was participating in. Interesting. All right, let's keep scrolling along here. So that's some of the unusual volumes. Let's go to our mostly traded stocks. Again, you're seeing CRCL catching a decent bid today. That's trying to gap up just a little bit with pure relative strength in the market. You do have nuclear stocks, SMR trying to make a little bit of a move. Oklo trying to make a little bit of a move. Energy is catching a bit of a bid. Crude oil bouncing nice. It's up 1.61%. Obviously, it has pulled back a little bit, but I was still looking to trade that gap fill. XOM today trying to push a little bit. I think XOM can easily fill the gap today around 114 plus, if not higher. It is bouncing off a pretty big point of control volume. Let's look at Nat Gas. Nat Gas did have a really big spike to the upside this morning. I am looking at a short trade on Nat Gas into this gap fill, kind of high pivot. 374, 375 is the next resistance. That being said, we will I think that there's also a bit of a long scalp off of this pullback here. You've had a nice multi-hour pullback for Nat Gas. Probably is going to catch a bounce very, very soon here. Just digesting some of these gains. Caleb saying, doesn't look like this market wants to pull back soon. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like it, right? AMD popping to the high side. You have SPY retracing some of that topping tail. I think that this move is definitely a short opportunity for day traders here, as well as swing traders building into more of a position. But you have semiconductor strength because AMD is your strongest, is your heaviest weighted semiconductor. I mean, when AMD is up 30%, it's tough for the market to stay down. You still are seeing some distribution in certain semis. Nvidia's under a little bit of pressure. TSM, no, TSM is actually up right now, but there's a little bit of a mixed basket in your semiconductors. But your SOXX is obviously flying on the back of AMD pushing to the upside today. But SPY still hasn't taken out that high. Maybe it wants to sweep the high pivot and then sell off. But whenever it's a news-based announcement like that, I mean, if you understand the OpenAI concept, we saw this playbook once already. It just seems that they're recycling the same playbook. We saw it over here with Nvidia, and then look what happened the following days. 1, 2, 3 days of sell side pressure into that volume OpenAI. So I don't really trust this OpenAI news. I mean, they just seem to be, it's almost like a Ponzi scheme where they keep shuffling this liquidity around from one company to another, to another, to another. In reality, I mean, no one's made the official deals yet. It's all still speculation. But nevertheless, market is pushing here a little bit to the upside, and I would love to short AMD today at this high pivot, all-time high. This is a huge deviation move to the upside, and you're blasting through monthly resistance. Monthly resistance, average true ranges. We'll touch base on that a little bit later. But for now, AMD is kind of holding the market up in a very saturated way. All right, let's look at a couple other most traders. So Pfizer had a stunning breakout last week. It is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Let's look at HIMS. HIMS obviously saw a nasty down candle. It's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce. Let's look at Oscar Health. Oscar Health is looking to try to squeeze here. Not a bad chart setup for a potential long this week to sweep this high pivot. Yeah, there is a lot of froth. I agree. There's so much froth. You are seeing China stocks coming in a little bit. Yang ETF still depressed down in these lows. IWM trying to push a little bit. QQQ, obviously the Qs are holding such saturated strength as well. But that's why you still have longs in this market, right? We are slowly accumulating shorts on this market, but we still have quite a bit of long exposure. QuantumScape, look at that move to the upside. Let's look at BBAI, just some of the squeezers that we've been seeing. IONQ, again, quantum coming in just a little bit. Let's look at these crypto computers. I mean, look at IREN. We ended up shorting this high pivot move for a nice gain. I'm thinking about shorting these crypto high computing stocks yet again. Cypher mining, wow. But yeah, IREN could be on watch today as well. Quite a bit of shorts between AMD, IREN. Hood is getting lofty up here. Last week we saw CEO Vlad Tenev sell about $500 million in stock. He still has quite a bit of shares, but he's been unloading last week, perhaps in preparation for a little bit of an SEC cease and desist letter. We will certainly find out. You want to look at Carvana? Let's take a peek at CVNA. So yeah, CVNA is another one that's seen quite a bit of insider selling. Um, I personally have been waiting to short Carvana. I want to see it sweep this high volume reversal. This is a daily topping tail on volume, so it's a pretty tough candle to beat. But I would love to see it pierce and sweep that area. I thought we were going to get it last week, and then it obviously hit a couple days down. But yeah, Carvana is getting very close to a short, in my opinion. Um, it's up to 379, catching a little bit of a minor bounce. Daily chart RSI is trying to lose that momentum, but you're still trading above that 50 area. So the momentum is still technically there, both on the daily and the weekly chart, which is why I've been waiting to get into a short trade for this particular ticker. Um, the positive for shorting this is you have had weakness in KMX, but if this catches a little bit of a dead cat bounce and retraces, say, 50% of this gap, then you could see Carvana keep squeezing a little bit to the upside. So we'll certainly watch that. SE still trying to bounce just a little bit. HLF still saw a nasty reversal. Cadence Design and Systems still backing and filling just a little bit here. SWKS Skyworks still trying to back and fill just a little bit. DocuSign still trying to back and fill just a little bit. DKNG trying to bounce just a little bit, but that's been completely destroyed. ENVX day after day keeps trying to squeeze to the high side. 1222 on deck. Obviously, I'm very bullish that name. Hence, we are in upside call options, which we're already taking a trim on. VST trying to bounce to get that potential bearish cross of the 7 and 20, which is why you got sold into on that Friday candle, but it is trying to bounce right now. SoFi, we took profits on all of our put options on SoFi as it came into that 50-day moving average. This is one that could get a bounce back to your 20-day moving average, so SoFi is probably going to trade with the market, but it is acting quite well. Another day where Western Digital just keeps squeezing onto the high side. Crazy, crazy mover, that's for sure. Open Door, I'm trying to bounce here just a little bit. Interesting to see Google under pressure this morning, getting that bearish cross of the 7 and 20, looking like it could fall. Snapchat still trying to build momentum. I'm still very bullish Snapchat into the end of the year and primarily more so 2026. Marvell today, Marvell is still ripping to the high side on the back of semiconductor sympathy. Obviously, Nvidia, that's coming under quite some significant pressure, down 1.46%. Today, I think I'm going to close my SMCI, guys. This blow-off move in semis is really, I don't know. I'm not buying this blow-off move. I think that this is going to be a sell-side news-based pop. So I'm looking at closing all of my SMCI calls. Sarfar is looking at GME STZ earnings release today, post-market. Thank you, Sarfar. Yep, we will watch certainly, sorry, not GME, GM. we'll certainly watch those. GM, STZ, and yeah, we'll watch those for sure. Caleb saying this feels like 2019 into 2020 and then the rug pull. You know, it could be. It's going to take a pretty hard thing for us to replicate the 2020 COVID crash. That is kind of a black swan event. Um, that being said, I don't know. I think that they will just if we do go through a correction, I think they'll slow drip this market down. You know, I'm still hopeful that we get, say, a 1 year bear market where they just grind us lower and lower. But that being said, you know, if we sell off too fast, too hard, you just see the dip buyers coming in, and actually I'm a dip buyer too, but you just see those V-shaped recoveries that absolutely get bought up if we sell off too fast, right? It's all about how fast something sells off because that's kind of that rubber band theory where if you stretch it too quickly, too fast, it generally snaps back pretty sharply. All right, so over the weekend, we did see crypto get additional liquidity. Bitcoin making new all-time highs. So crypto is looking very, very strong this week, guys. It does look like BTC is pushing. You never finish the day with a topping tail. So Bitcoin is still looking a-okay to push higher. Obviously, if the market sells, I expect Bitcoin to retest the 7-day. But crypto this week looks like it could head to 129, at least Bitcoin. Ethereum has kind of been lagging a little bit, so I think that there's more favorable trades in MSTR. Obviously, we do have a little bit of long exposure in MSTR just with commons. We did take profits on those upside call options, but MSTR I think has a high chance of getting to this red bar here. Call it 372, especially if we see Bitcoin remain quite firm. If you look at what happened in the total crypto market cap, there was a previous daily chart head and shoulders, which was negated by us kind of testing this high pivot. So what's the bigger bullish pattern unfolding? This larger weekly inverse head and shoulders. Again, that's a weekly chart pattern. If we flip to that weekly chart, there's quite a bit of upside potential left in the crypto trade that could give us a move, call it to 4.64 trillion total crypto market cap. So that would indicate probably Ethereum sweeping its all-time high, but that would indicate another 10% move up in crypto. Okay? Ryan Allen saying I bought SoFi Leaps, your opinion? Yeah, you know, the only concern with SoFi is you have been seeing financials go through a little bit of distribution. And even though the market has been grinding higher and higher, SoFi is typically a leading market stock and it's kind of diverging. So you are seeing a bit of distribution in this name. That being said, kind of your buy now, pay later platforms, like even like AFRM, have been under pressure. But SoFi is hitting technical support. I mean, not a bad area. 50-day moving average, last time you tested this area was really since you broke out here in April. So again, a stock pulling back, hitting the 50-day moving average. It's a decent risk to reward, especially when you factor in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of downside. Like I said, I covered my put options, so there will be some traders that take profits into that area. So not a bad area to take. I would have liked to see it come down to this previous bullish liquidity and sweep this area. I mean, if we look at kind of the intraday pattern that I was observing, SoFi did trigger a bit of a head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart. And let me just clean up this chart here for you. Let's turn off some of these moving averages just to make it easier for the pattern recognition. But SoFi triggered this head and shoulders. Here's your left shoulder. Here is your head. Here's your right shoulder. The downside target for that pattern, if it were to fully complete, is around 2380-ish. So perhaps a bit of downside, but granted you are hitting technical support, big 50-day moving average. It should yield a bounce. And you are obviously seeing that right now. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Let me just do a quick other news headline scan here to see if there's any other catalyst trading. I'm gonna grab some more coffee in a minute too. Let's look at Dash. Okay, that's nothing there. Ticker CE. Yeah, this stock has absolutely been crushed, ticker CE. Um, hmm. Yes, sir. AMD is a top watch, but I want to see it sweep that high. Caterpillar declares a dividend. Let's look at CAT, CAT. Caterpillar's been remarkably strong. Surprised it's not getting a little bit of sell side off of that dividend, but acting quite well. Bitmain's crypto holdings total 13.4 billion. So BMNR totaling just over 13 billion in holdings. Interesting. So BMNR was weak last week. It wasn't acting as strong as Ethereum, and I think kind of wise they're wanting to gap it up today and squeeze it higher. Probably too much interest last week. Jeffries maintains a buy on SCCO, so Southern Copper still remarkably strong at the highs. This one has absolutely just blown to the upside. I mean, look at SCCO. We were long this name off that 95, sold it for a nice chunk of profit, but wow. This one's actually on watch for also a short scalp today. It's just been remarkably so strong. Let's put that red zone there. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be your 6th week of upside, gapping up into the stratosphere. Craziness. CRML. So CRML shares surge following a report that Trump administration is in talks to take an equity stake in the company, whose flagship Tanbreeze mine in Greenland is one of the largest rare earth deposits. Critical Metals, which last year agreed to buy Tanbreeze for 5 million cash and 211 million in stock, had applied for a 50 million Defense Production Act grant that would now be converted into an 8% government stake. So potentially another company that the Trump administration is in talks to take a stake in. I mean, Critical Metals Corp. Could this be the next Lithium Americas Corp? I mean, just maybe. Up tremendously already in the pre-market here. Crazy. It is crazy. I'll post that in the chat for everyone. CRML. So again, CRML. Trump State Talk. So quantum computing QUBT shares fell after the company announced securities purchase agreement with institutional investors for the sale of 37.18 million shares in oversubscribed placement expected to raise 750 million in gross proceeds. QUBT. Whoops, QUBT. So definitely getting some headlines there. A little bit of a nasty candle to the downside. Basically a little bit of a net dilution in QUBT. So quantum stocks could be hit pretty hard today on the back of that announcement. So that's obviously impacting IONQ. It's impacting QBTS a little bit. So watch these quantum names for short ideas today. They could come in quite sharply on the back of that QUBT net dilution. All right, let's keep scrolling through the headlines here. To see AMD open up above its all-time high, that would be ideal. Citron Research posts on X the most compelling trade in quantum. Buy CCCX against any position in Rigetti. Not going to try and value quantum right now. Are they overvalued? Blah, 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 blah. Let's look at CCCX. Getting a little bit of a pump from Twitter. Citron Research, interesting. A little bit of a pump and dump, it looks like. Yeah, we already looked at AMD. Ferrari completes construction of Ferrari E-Vortex test track. Ooh, cool. Maybe we can all take a rip there, but ticker RACE, Race Ferrari. Not really doing too much there. Humacyte publishes long-term results for Ukrainian patient. Let's look at HUMA, Humacyte. Yeah, that's gapping up this morning. Interesting. Scrolling through, see if there's any other headlines here. Wells Fargo upgrades KKR. Piper Sandler initiates coverage on LB Pharmaceuticals, ticker LBRX. Interesting. Spruce. Johnson Controls makes multi-million-dollar investment in Celsius to advance energy efficient cooling. Nothing to do there. Wells Fargo upgrades Morgan Stanley to overweight, maintains price target. Okay. Shit. What are we at? The 12 o'clock headlines. United Airlines and Instacart launch partnership offering zero delivery fees. Let's look at United Airlines. That one's been pretty weak, back testing a previous breakout volume candle. Let's look at Delta, DAL, not doing too much there. Boeing, not doing too much there. Jets ETF doesn't look like it's in a bad spot, but we got to watch to see how crude oil reacts around this lower area. Let's look at this ARES. Been absolutely bludgeoned, breaking daily chart momentum. Nasty sell. So AERES manages snags 2.9 billion stake in US renewable energy portfolio. Plug power stock surges. Let's look at Plug. Yeah, Plug is just another beast here, gapping up to the upside. Positive analysts. This is another one, guys. We made a crap ton of money when we shorted off of this high volume spike to previously. That was a huge double-digit short trade. You know, we picked that high pivot there. Plug Power, again, another one that is probably going to get faded here in the market, in the pre-market. That would not surprise me at all. I wouldn't mind shorting Plug. Literally, we're right at a short area. Let me just throw on some of my bigger ATRs. All right, so you're blasting through the ATR plus one on the daily. Yeah, look at that. You have another one on the weekly there. You call for a permanent market shutdown? Yeah, so that 444 area looks pretty good for a short on plug. Not a bad area, that's for sure. Let's just mark that high pivot again. So yeah, I like plug for a short here. Again, markets, they're gapping them up today. We'll see if they do a good old-fashioned gap and crack. Obviously, we got to watch AMD to see what happens there, but we will certainly see. All right, I'm just scrolling through these final headlines here. I'm gonna grab some more coffee and we'll settle in for the session. Carvana announces investor tour at its Haines City, Florida inspection and reconditioning center. The leading e-commerce platform for buying and selling used cars will host institutional investors and analysts for a tour. Oh, so maybe it's actually going to get a positive bounce here, Carvana. It could potentially push up a little bit on this back of this positive news. Again, it'll all depend on the market. All right, what else we got going on here? Ooh, Applebee's. Applebee's extends its new Ultimate Trio offering. All right, there's nothing to do there. Applied DNA Sciences to begin trading under the new ticker BNBX. When is that supposed to happen? So APDN is set to be trading under a new ticker probably sometime this week, BNBX, but it's not really released just yet. Yeah, I did see that, right? Hims is under some pressure. Good observation there. That's a really interesting headline, right? And look at that NASDAQ down candle on Friday. You're telling me investors and insiders didn't know on Friday ahead of everyone else? You know, the article came out after market close, I believe, and that Costco's selling Ozempic half price. And basically, investors had to have known insiders, right? The amount of insider trading is quite crazy. But thank you for that observation, Peter. Yeah, I would think that Hims is a short here. You know, you're looking like you're trying to backtest your daily 20 moving average. That's an aggressive short area. If you're a little more conservative, you'll wait for this 55. But Hims does look like a continuation short for sure. Not a bad area. You know, you can see you've broken the mean trend. You've retested once, retested twice. You're potentially giving a lower high here. Next stop will be looking for a lower low. So I believe they'll try to sweep this low pivot liquidity. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they came and took us right back down to this lower 40 area. That's kind of where I see it going, but thank you for that. CMG, Chipotle introducing a chip or treat. So in preparation of Halloween, a new exclusive offer for Chipotle Rewards members delivering free treats throughout October to celebrate Halloween. Interesting. Chipotle's made a nice little move off of the lows. DoorDash Criteo deals lets brand target shoppers. Let's look at CRTO partnership with DoorDash. Let's look at Dash real quick. Dash chart's still looking pretty decent, like it's going to make another surge to new all-time highs. All right, that's enough of the headlines, guys. I'm going to just keep scrolling through some individuals, but before I do that, I'm just going to grab some more coffee. Be back in 2 minutes, and then we will settle in for the day trading opportunity. Again, there are quite a bit of individual names moving from individual semis to eVTOL stocks to obviously AMD's your big bad boy. I mean, look at this monthly chart. You actually, I believe you just tapped that all-time high. I believe you tapped it with that little surge there. Yep, you tapped it. All right. That's pretty cool. So AMD tapping all-time high there. I'm just gonna make sure I have this trend line exactly at the high pivot. So right about there. Yeah, that looks good. So you basically tapped it there, a little bit of volume selling coming off that high pivot. But AMD, remarkable. All right, I'm just gonna grab some coffee, guys, and then we'll settle in for the market open. And we will have a lot of opportunity today. A lot of individual names shaking and moving this morning. I like it. I like it a lot. So let's do the split screen action here. We will keep a watch of AMD. AMD is into a shortable level. Still acting very well, pushing. Very, very. Nvidia is still down 1.42. Marvell up nicely. Oracle having a solid session. Again, Quantum definitely under some pressure. Still the open here, guys. Again, members, I'm looking at closing my SMCI calls. SMCI guys, I will take profits on my $50 calls. I'm going to close that full position. You can see the high volume spike that it just had into the $54 area. I know it's into the gap window, but again, I still think semis are a little stretched here. So I am looking at taking profits on my SMCI, exiting the full position, okay? Just a heads up. Let me just take off this ATR level. So AMD here, you see that's important. Quantum names look like a short setup, guys. Um, got my eye on nat gas if it retraces, and it's quite a bit moving, but I think AMD's into a nice fading opportunity. All right, guys, I'm looking at fading AMD. This is a swing trade level, as well as a day trade level. Big, big level. I'm probably looking at getting into, well, it's such a big pop. I mean, crazy to think that, eh? Honestly, 200 puts on the swing trade side, day trade side. I'll see how these contracts open up, but maybe even 215 puts. We'll see. I'll cycle through the contracts once we open here. Again, so I'm closing SMCI calls. I'm looking at fading AMD. If AMD gives up a lot of its gains, I'm expecting SPY and Qs to also come in. All right, markets are open here, guys. AMD starting to come in just a little bit. AMD coming in. You got gold still strong, nat gas still strong, yields are green, dollars green, Nvidia down 1.2, Amazon negative, Apple down, Meta's down sharply, Tesla ripping, Netflix slightly green, AMD is coming in. Energy stocks still looking decent, Robinhood still up a couple percent, ENVX still trying to squeeze. Marvell having a solid session. SMCI guys almost up 5%. All right, I'm all out of my SMCI 50s. I'm all out of my SMCI $50 calls, guys. I'll post it up later, guys. Just looking at managing. All right, so I'm all out of SMCI. Qs are still ripping. IWM ripping. AMD still up 32. Plugs up 16. Archer's getting slightly faded. Path is up 12. Tesla ripping. BM&R ripping. SPY and AMD are coming in here. Yep, Oklo new high, that's right. No, it's not a new high yet. It's up 7.4. It's up 7.4. AMD is getting faded. Hood is getting faded as well, guys. Whole market's starting to come in just a little bit. Nvidia is getting really heavy. That's almost down 2% on the session, guys. I would have liked to see AMD press into that all-time high again, but looking at Robinhood, that's coming in as well. Look at that nasty reversal. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen here, guys. We are seeing markets getting somewhat heavier here. SPY getting heavy. AMD still up 31%, but getting heavy here. Craziness. Let's see if they want to bounce the market a little bit. Still looking at a few individual names here. SoFi's acting well. Staples are coming in. Quantum names have firmed up quite a bit here. QBTS still weak. QUBT, that's still under pressure. IONQ making a decent sized move. CoreWeave up a couple. Boeing, ENVX still trying to squeeze here. AMD still holding technical strength. Tesla testing 445 into an aggressive short level, but trying to break out intraday. Come on, give these markets a little bit of a bounce. I would like to see it, and then that would give us a bit of a short. Again, they always like to keep these contracts pretty expensive. Nvidia trying to catch a bit of a bounce, still weak and underperforming your semiconductors. Ethereum and Bitcoin still holding steady. Starbucks down a couple, Nat Gas still ripping. SMCI still up 4.7. Solar stocks are doing A-OK. Open Door up 5. Western Digital still shaking and moving. All right, AMD trying to catch that little bit of a bounce. Your Russell 2000, a potential little 10-minute topping tail on the Russell trying to form. It is coming in from the highs just a little bit. But the Russell did sweep the high. RDT losing bigly. Yeah, let's look at RDDT, Reddit. Yeah, look at that nastiness. Wow. Coming into gap fill, I like it. I have RDT level going sub 200, so around that 195 Pierce level. I would like to see Reddit down there. AMD catching a nice bounce here. That's good to see. I would love to short AMD at some point. Been waiting patiently. Got a nice little dip off of the open. I did enter a new short trade with members in the options group. All right, you still have Archer doing well, Bitfarms doing well, Rigetti green, Tesla up 2.8, Path up 10.7, Big Bear AI trying to squeeze, that's up 5. QUBT down 12, Lithium Americas Corp has gone negative. Look at the CRML that we talked about, guys, too. That one's continuing to squeeze up 63% on the back of a Trump administration taking a potential stake. Plug Power, I mean, frick, I forgot about this one. There's just so many individual names moving today. It's crazy. You get FOMO across the board, but Plug was into that short level. Damn. Damn. Nice reversal there on Plug already. That one's wouldn't be surprised to see it go negative on the tape. Hood is still acting well. XOM slightly green. DraftKings, MVEX. Oklo still doing well. Micron doing well. Snapchat getting sold into. SMCI still doing well. I do think Robinhood has a strong chance of coming in, guys. Still seeing the Russell bouncing here. S&P starting to come in just a little bit. Still acting well though. Still seeing a nice surge in the equity market, guys. A really decent surge. AMD starting to come in. You look at Robinhood, guys. Robinhood is starting to go negative. Interestingly, beautiful. Yep. Yeah, for sure. The downside looks good, guys. We just entered 3 new short positions with members in the options trading group. Off of the open. AMD starting to get a little bit heavier here. I think these crypto mining computer stocks can also fall here. Interesting. IONQ still holding steady. QBTS coming in. SPY getting a little bit heavier here, guys. SPY today could trigger a head and shoulders pattern. Not a lot of people would expect it, but if you were to lose this key trend line down here, then you have a decent sized head and shoulders formation that could trigger on the 10 minutes. Again, it hasn't triggered yet, but we could easily trigger it this week. You know, you get this blow off top move in AMD, which is the heaviest weighting in stocks, and it's looking pretty filthy. Iron looks like a short, guys. Robinhood has gone negative. You got crude oil trying to firm up. Tesla's still ripping. Path still up 8. BMNR up 5.2. Intel strong. Nvidia's trying to catch a bit of a bid, but still coming in. XOM, guys, is starting to rip here. Let's see if we can get our calls to break out this week into that 115 area. Come on. SPY is catching a bit of a bid. IWM is rolling heavy here, guys. IWM is starting to roll heavy. Looks like they want to potentially gap and crack this market to the downside. Looking at Robinhood, that has done a full-on reversal. Now down 0.5%. Getting pretty heavy here. We saw a huge amount of sell-side pressure last week from Vlad Tenev, CEO of Robinhood, and 7 different insiders. IONQ quantum names are starting to get sold into yet again. Semiconductors are still holding technical strength up here, guys. Still holding. Still have Robinhood getting slapped around here, guys. Robinhood getting slapped. AMD still holding steady. SPY catching that little bit of a bid here. IWM getting much, much heavier here. Open door getting faded. Nvidia trying to go green on the session here. Plug Power still up 5 but getting faded. Archer still pushing. This is an aggressive short level for SPY. Yep, puts are still looking favorable here. I agree. Weeble's down. CDNS trying to make a move. ENVX still trying to squeeze. So right now, if you look at the sectors as a whole, guys, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Majority of the sectors are red. You're just being propped up by your XLK basket and utilities. So majority of sectors in the S&P 500 are red right now, guys. You are seeing quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market. You just have some interesting strength through XLK, your semiconductors, right? Still a beast up here. AMD still holding. SPY still strong as ever. You've now had a little bit more strength creep in to the market into S&P. Again, it's a big area to potentially short. Gold is still ripping. Nat gas still strong. Crude oil trying to make a push here. Look at XOM, guys. XOM looks like it's going to break out of this bull flag pattern and squeeze. We are already in upside call options on XOM. I'm liking energy for a big breakout to the high side this week. XOM is bouncing phenomenally well. Phenomenally well. AMD still trying to hold steady. IWM is curling a little bit more down here. SPY getting heavier here, guys. SPY is getting heavy. I think that this is a huge sell side day for the market. I think you're going to see some hard reversals, just from my opinion. Nvidia is still struggling on the tape. Again, we did exit our full SMCI position. Those call options absolutely crushed it. Nice job if you caught that trade with us. Interesting to see ENVX guys still trying to squeeze here. It's come in a little bit from the highs, but trying to float right back up. Pretty cool. CDNS still acting well. IREN still coming in. Robinhood still looking weak. IWM. AMD starting to get a little bit heavier, guys. Watch those semis. Watch those semis. Crude oil is still trying to make a move. You still have eVTOL stocks acting very well. Archer Aviation still at the highs. What a blast off there. Looking at BBAI, that's squeezing. Rocket Labs squeezing, breaking out to the high side. ASTS still acting extremely well here. Pumping to the high side. Very cool. Rocket Labs is pumping on its Neutron rocket launch sometime this year. We will see what happens. Micron still holding steady. SOXX still holding steady. QQQ still holding steady. Come on, S&P, take us down. Look at them dump AMD. AMD, come on. Come on down. Imagine we get our AMD puts in the money today. That's the whole plan. That is the whole plan, ladies and gents. Come on down, AMD. Come on down. We're already ripping on our AMD puts with members. Beautiful little short trade so far. Come on. Pay us, AMD. Pay us. Come on, AMD. We're almost up 50% on our AMD put options, guys. Almost up 50%. Come on, baby. Take us to 200. Get these puts in the money today. And I would be very happy. Very happy. Come on down, your S&P 500. We got IREN starting to topple over a little bit. We got Robinhood absolutely getting clapped. How's BTC still holding quite steady? Ethereum still holding quite steady. IONQ coming in. Look at your Russell 2000. That's starting to gap and crack. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. S&P still holding quite steady. ENVX up 3. Silver gold still ripping. Rigetti down 4% now. RGTI. Big Bear still pushing. Tesla's been faded off the open. AMD still up 27%. And guys, when you factor in AMD's weighting in your SOXX, AMD has the heaviest weighting in your SOXX. It's quite extraordinary for sure. Let's see what we got here. Come on. Energy stock still looking quite decent. You've had quite a bit of selling hitting this tape right now. Interesting. Snapchat still down. Marvell still acting well. Nvidia down 1%, but off of the lows. SMCI up 6. Chipotle's down. Ethereum up 2.5%. Come on. Take us downtown, AMD. Take us down, take us down, take us down. It's very rare you get these news pops on a company like AMD. All right, guys, now we have crude oil starting to act as a bit of a headwind for the market. Let's watch our XOM calls absolutely fly here, guys. 115 calls. Can we get them in the money today? There is a strong chance of that, especially if we see profit taking in your semis. XOM and crude oil are starting to rip here. Come on, baby. Come on down, AMD. Pay us, pay us, pay us. Russell's still looking heavy. Robinhood now down 1.22%. Holy moly, Robinhood is dumping here. Dumpy, dumpy, dumpy. Dumpy, dumpy. Crude oil still ripping. Tesla looks like it's gonna get faded. BBAI is still squeezing. Nvidia is still trying to hang on. Open Door still trying to hang on to some positive price action. Nat Gas is still strong on the tape. All right, your S&P is your worst performing indice right now. It is lagging the Russell and it's lagging the Qs. Amazon's negative, Nvidia's negative, Apple's down 0.7, Meta down 1.6, Tesla, Google, Microsoft still green on the session. JP Morgan seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Let's go. Our AMD puts are waking up, guys. Waking up. AMD puts are printing, guys. Come on, can we get 70%? Let's go. Take our AMD puts in the money. Let's go. Push this market downtown. You still have the 10-year yield up 0.7%. XOM still trying to squeeze. SoFi's green. Semis are seeing a little bit of distribution. You've had Western Digital giving back all of its gains, guys. WDC looking a little bit heavier here. SOXX trying to come in just a touch. IWM is looking exceptionally heavy. Bit of a bounce now in your AMD chart. Oklo is still a beast, up 12.5%. Come on down, AMD. Keep going. Crude oil is still trying to rip here. Crude is still ripping. Come on, AMD. Take our 200s in the money. Come on. You know you want to. You're still so extended up here. You're now trying to hold that previous little gap fill on AMD. So let's draw that weekly gap in because that's where it's trying to bounce on your Russell, or sorry, on AMD. It is a previous weekly gap that they're trying to hold technical structure off of. We will see if they want to eat that gap. Come on, SPY still looking heavy, guys. Look at XOM flying here, ladies and gents. Huge move on XOM. So I like to see. We discussed that in length last week. Come on, XOM. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep squeezing it, XOM. XOM is trying to squeeze here. Crude oil still acting very well. Slip back to that S&P chart. S&P trying to defend that opening range low. Robinhood still looks weak on the session. Meta still struggling. Apple trying to bounce a little bit. Nvidia bouncing. Microsoft still acting well. That's up 1.1%. Microsoft and Tesla, your two stronger mega caps on the session. Bitcoin still testing 125,000 right now. BTC still trying to push here. Still just slightly off of its all-time high price BTC, but acting quite well in the very near term. AMD's catching a bit of a bounce. S&P trying to stabilize just a touch here. Bitcoin has a little bit of topics. You've had the VIX now. UVXY has turned green on the session, ladies and gents. All right, SPY breaking that OR low. We are looking heavy. We are looking heavy, guys. Puts are still favored. You're getting a lot of selling under the hood of this market. Remember, things are saturated beyond belief with the semiconductor pump. IWM doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack. IWM is looking like it's about to go negative on the tape here. Come on, AMD. Pay me on these 200 puts. I want to see them in the money. SPY getting absolutely wrecked here. Is this bit of a government shutdown going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news? So far, this is kind of our first week where you are seeing the government shutting down here, right? So we'll see. Not really too much economic data to worry about today. That's at least something. Yeah, shorts need to work for a change. They will, right? But again, you're going to get a lot of overzealous trading. People trying to still buy the dip because they're FOMOing on semis, missing out. But just be patient. Just be patient. But I think that the S&P is going to test 669 here at the minimum. And I think that we're probably going to look for a breach of this neckline. Often what will happen is market makers, everyone sees this potential head and shoulders on the S&P. So the biggest thing would be to come down to this neckline, pierce it, get people to pile in on the short side, and then they bounce it back to say our opening range low, and then they take it down. So I still think we're probably going to pierce this little neckline today, and then they'll probably bounce it a little bit. So we'll see. Venkat is in SPY calls. Good luck. Good luck. We will see what happens there. Bitcoin still trying to hold steady. SPY and AMD are trying to stabilize. Robinhood catching a bounce. Hokel still up 9. Western Digital still slightly negative. Open Door still up 1.7. Lululemon's turned green. Snapchat's still struggling. Financials are still under quite a bit of pressure. Looking at XLF here, guys. Looking at JP Morgan getting clapped here. Looking at Wells Fargo. Looking at Citigroup. Going from green to red. Bank of America getting slapped. So your financials are under a lot of pressure. Big financials are underperforming your regionals. But look at that. XLF is already at its prior day low. So there's some support there, that's for sure. Let's look at SoFi. SoFi getting a really big bounce, still managing to hold its gap there. Big bounce on your S&P 500. AMD trying to bounce off of that previous little weekly gap fill. You can see it's into that previous little support zone. IWM bouncing. The whole market is catching a decent sized bounce right now. SE, that stock is trying to rip. Look at SE going for another high. Beautiful to see. Come on, SE. Push, push, push. Push, push, push. XOM still acting well, but seeing a little bit of selling. IWM still looks like it wants to go negative. AMD still bouncing. Your SOXX is trying to bounce and hold steady. Nvidia's really had a strong bounce off of the lows. Look at that Nvidia bounce. Quite impressive for sure. Let's look at the QQQ. Qs are having a really solid bounce back above prior day high. You can see the relative strength in your Qs. AMD still looks heavy here in my opinion, but trying to hold steady. Quantum stocks are still softening. Bitcoin still trying to press up a little bit. Nat gas still up 3. Crude oil up 2, but coming in from the highs just a little bit. Amazon still down 0.34. Microsoft up 1, but getting slightly faded. Nvidia down 1%. Apple down 0.35. Google up 0.6. Meta catching a decent sized bid off the lows. Still down 0.7%. Tesla up 2.6%. Possibly a fading opportunity. There's clear weakness today, guys, across your financial sector. Your financial sectors are underperforming, but your weakest sectors on the session today are your real estate and your retail. So that's probably going to hurt your Russell 2000. The fact that you have exceptional weakness in retail, that's a big sector in your IWM. Real estate also underperforming, financials underperforming, communications underperforming. You still have strength in XLK, XLE, and materials. There's only 3 sectors of the S&P 500 green today, and that is XLK up 1.32%, and XLE up 0.45, and materials XLB up 0.12. Everything else right now is slightly red. SPY still trying to hang on. Boeing's turned green, DraftKings still holding, NVIX still holding, Pepsi down, SoFi's positive, IONQ holding steady. Your US dollar still trying. Bitcoin's now making another little push here, guys. BTC trying to make a push. Natural gas still acting very well. SPY's almost negative, guys. SPY now underperforming the Russell, so S&P getting sold into because you have more weakness across your sectors. You look at RSP today, guys, and RSP is negative on the session, ladies and gents. So you have relative weakness across the broad market in the S&P 500. More S&P stocks are selling off under the hood of this market. We will see if it translates into a little bit more weakness across the major indices. Looking at BTC, BTC is absolutely flying here, guys. MSTR going for another high of day punch to the upside. Again, I have a TP target around 372. You know, we still have a little bit of long exposure in MicroStrategy common shares, which we've just been sitting on for a little bit. So we can almost take a double-digit gain, but I'm looking for a retest of this wide range red bar candle low. We'll see what happens there. Robinhood still weak on the session. AMD still trying to bounce, holding 210 up 27.64%. Wow, I bet no one expected AMD to be up this much today. I certainly didn't. But OpenAI news is seemingly the big news Ponzi scheme that market makers are using to get exceptional liquidity bids and pumps in the market across individual names. IWM still looking heavy. IONQ up 1.2. Venkat exit from SPY calls. Yeah, SPY's looking like it wants to go lower. Again, you look at Robinhood too, guys. Robinhood still looking pretty weak here. Looking like it could go quite a bit lower here. You know, if we look at how stretched Robinhood is, its 7-day moving average is sitting where? Let me just let this chart load. 7-day moving average on Robinhood is still at 140. That is crazy, eh? That's crazy. Robinhood is still so extended from its 7MA. Imagine it wanted to test that today. That would be about a 4.64% move to the downside. You do have a large gap fill trading down here. Micron coming in here. AMD still looking a little bit weak, guys. Western Digital doing that full round trip gap and crack to the downside. Let's look at some of our other leading semiconductors. Broadcom still holding steady. Taiwan Semi still holding steady. LRCX still holding steady. ARM still holding steady. SMCI still holding steady. Yeah, you know, it's when the bubble cracks, the bubble will crack. But for now, markets are acting quite well, but valuations are stretched. Powell even said it himself, guys, in his last meeting, press conference. Powell said stocks are overvalued. Stocks are, no, his exact words were stocks are expensive. Stocks are expensive, you know. When you have the Fed chair saying that, that's crazy because they typically don't say things like that. But technicals, we're still holding higher highs, higher lows. Obviously, every trend will break at some point. We'll go through a major profit taking event. But for the time being, markets are still holding steady. And there's always opportunities. There's always opportunities. You know, historical valuations, the S&P is still overvalued. Yeah, I'm in AMD puts as well with members. We're already printing on those. We're up about 55%, pushing 60% here on our AMD puts. And we just took them this morning. That was an options trading group alert. And that was the thing that I discussed in the pre-market. I said AMD is a short off of the open. But we took a few new positions. Look at XOM, guys. XOM is starting to squeeze. Take our 115 calls in the money. I like it. I like it a lot, guys. Beautiful. Look at WTI crude. That is wanting to bounce off its OR high and squeeze as well. Energy's looking pretty filthy. This Iran is a full-fledged short in my opinion. Your SPY still looking somewhat heavy here. They're still trying to defend it. CDNS trying to push here. AMD, come on down, AMD. Come on down. Come on down. IONQ still ripping up 3%. Wow, pretty extraordinary move on IONQ. Quite impressive. Quite impressive. So notice how SPY is catching a bid. AMD's not. This is your short level on SPY, guys. This is your short retest. If you're wanting to short the major indices, um, basically we're getting very close to a level to do so. You know, off of the 670.50 level is a short on SPY, in my opinion. Robinhood's still looking a little bit weak. You got Bitcoin back under 125, guys. BTC. You got to watch some of these crypto stocks, guys, because if BTC starts to do a bearish reversal, that could be troublesome. That could be troublesome if BTC starts to come in. Watch those crypto stocks. BTC just off of the high pivot there. Let's look at MSTR here. Coin. Cypher mining. Looking a little bit weak. Fall weather here in Minnesota. Yeah, I actually did my first fall fire on the weekend. Roasted some marshmallows. It was quite nice. Burned some wood. All right, let's see AMD again. AMD still looking like a heavy candle here, but we'll see if it wants to hold that gap fill. Again, SPY is into a short area. Your Bitcoin chart's still acting well. Plug Power doing that full round trip, guys. Gapping and cracking. RR still strong. BM&R strong. Palantir, strong day for PLTR, eh? Look at that. PLTR up 4% on the session. Nice move. Tesla trying to make a little bit of a push higher here as well. Tessie looking like it wants to go. Archer Aviation still squeezing to the high side, guys. eVTOL stocks are ripping. Rippers. SE still trying. SoFi still trying to make a push here. Let's look at a firm here. AFRM. That's still lagging just a little bit. ENVX still trying to hold steady. Robinhood still looking a little bit weak. Nvidia selling off just a little bit more, guys. Let's look at Apple. Apple's had a huge bounce back higher here, pushing. Google, strong bounce. Amazon's still looking weak here. I mean, Amazon's interesting from a technical. Oh, I didn't even know it swept the lows on Amazon. Wow. That was the liquidity sweep low. Amazon is not a bad swing long here, guys. Not a bad swing long. Interesting. Let's look at Microsoft. Microsoft trying to make a move higher. Meta. Meta as well, a nice gap down. It is getting bought up, filled that lower boundary gap. Not a bad long on Meta as well. Markets are catching a decent bid here. You're getting a little bit more mega cap strength. Russell's pushing. Your financials are bouncing quite nicely here. Nvidia's still a little bit weaker. Interesting. AMD catching a bounce. Semis are catching a bounce. SPY getting a decent sized bid here. They are trying to bounce us a little bit. Open doors gone negative. Good morning, Ram. RR, BBAI, Archer still squeezing. Lithium Americas Corp slightly green. QUBT still struggling. BMNR still ripping. Path still ripping. Robinhood still weak. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting XOM here. Russell 2000 catching a bid. Your SOX ETF is still up 3.8%. SOXX. Bitcoin still under 125. SPY is still holding steady here. So let's see what SPY does here. Come on. Come on down. Come on, SPY. I took some SPY puts. I have a stop loss in place. Let's see if we can get any sort of a dip back continuation. So far, they're holding that 5-minute EMA 113 back above that OR low. This is an aggressive area to try to short, but I'm going to try to take it here. We'll see. Risking 10 contracts. Semis are still trying to push. AMD still trying to hold steady. So you're still seeing a bit of a bounce creeping back into this market. IWM still trying to hold some technical structure. Again, it's a risky area. They are bouncing it here quite nicely. Yeah, they might want to touch that for sure. Tesla's still up 3.6, Meta still down 0.95, Google up 0.2, Apple getting faded here, but still slightly green. Amazon down 0.6, Microsoft up 1, Nvidia still getting faded slightly here. Still have your SOXX up above 290, very strong. AMD still trying to curl slightly lower. They could still push SPY back to the top of this little wedge formation. So you can see we're still trying to press a little bit and retrace some of these gains. They're still trying to press this market a little bit. Let's look at JP Morgan for JP. Yeah, XLF are bouncing sharply off of that prior day low. JP Morgan catching a decent sized bounce. I don't like financials still. You know, you're making new sweeping lows. Obviously, for a day trade, it's a good level. It's bouncing quite nicely. But believe it or not, I still think financials could go lower purely based off of XLF here. But holding that 50-day, you're kind of just sandwiched between the 50 and the 7. But a very strong day trade level. Nice little entry there, JP. All right, they're still trying to hold AMD. SOX has a little bit of top wick distribution. Crude oil still trying to push. You got Bitcoin selling off here, guys. So BTC is looking a little bit heavier here. So BTC struggling at that 125 zone. Starting to come in, maybe a bit of an hourly topping tail, potential lower high, failed double top breakout. We will see if that wants to come in at all. But BTC is looking a little bit heavier here in the mix. US dollar hitting 10-minute EMA 113. It has gotten faded quite substantially off of the highs. You are hitting a little bit of hourly chart support, 15-minute chart support, so perhaps they want to bounce it here at its pre-market low. But the dollar definitely being pulled from the highs quite a bit here. S&P still holding quite well, holding technical structure. AMD still trying to hold that weekly chart gap fill that we discussed, right? So interestingly enough, AMD never took out the high intraday. It did pierce the high or double top it in the pre-market. Trying to hold that gap fill though. SPY right now still trying to hold technical structure. Just in a bit of a wedge pattern. We'll see which way they want to take it. You have a lot of individual names still outperforming. A lot of stocks are still squeezing. eVTOL stocks, buy now, pay later, SoFi ripping, Palantir still strong. So you have ENVX still looking like a squeezer. Nice job whoever bought SoFi yesterday, leap calls, or on Monday. Sorry, Friday. Robinhood trying to firm up just a little bit. AMD still chopping. S&P is trying to break out above that little 5-minute high there. AMD curling back lower. We'll see if that hurts the semiconductors. SOXX seeing a little bit of selling. So we'll see if some semis want to get some downward pressure and if that money seems to be flowing into your S&P 500 right now. S&P trying to firm up and break out here. Your dollar is still a little bit weak under its pre-market low. Intel up 2.4, Archer up 10, RR up 8.4, Tesla still trying to squeeze up 3.21, Palantir seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, Ethereum still doing well, BMR up 8.3. Yeah, I might get stopped out of my put options. I might. It's getting close. Close, close, close. I'm still holding, but getting close. I still think we can go lower, but we'll have to reassess the trade if I hit my stop loss of 30 cents. Still writing AMD puts. We're still up nicely on that trade. Bitcoin getting a nice little 10-minute wick. Buying program coming back into BTC. It's trying to recapture 125K. AMD trying to curl slightly higher here. Come on, fade us back down, SPY. Fade us back down. Take us back to 669. Pierce this head and shoulders trend line. Come on. AMD trying to make a little bit of a move here. SMCI, beautiful move on SMCI, up now 6.4. Starbucks getting smoked, CNC down, Ethereum still up 3.3. PayPal's up 1.7. Nvidia still down 1.1%. Venkat is in QQQ puts. AMD trying to make a little bit of a move. You have your dollar index trying to push up a little bit. BMNR above 62, up 9.4 and squeezing. XOM curling down a little bit. Got some top wick distribution hitting your SPY tape here. A little bit of top wick distribution. Come on down, SPY. Give us a little bit of a sell here. SOXX is starting to trickle a little bit lower here. Seeing a little bit of selling in your semis. So in your semiconductor land, you got Nvidia down 1.2, AMD still up 27, Intel up 2, Broadcom AVGO up 0.73. SOXX is outperforming your SMH because AMD holds a much heavier weighting in the SOX compared to the SMH. Taiwan Semi up 3.9, SMCI up 5.89, Micron up 2 but getting faded. OKTA down 1.92, Ambarella up 1.58, Skyworks down 1.36, Qualcomm down half. Lam Research doing well, that's up 3.3, NXPI up 0.97, CRUS up 1.26, ASML up 1.6%, S&PS up 1.5, ON Semiconductor up 1.89, AMAT Materials up 2.93, ARM up 4.2, Texas Instruments up 0.59. So majority of your semis are still performing quite well. You just have a little bit of distribution in Nvidia. Nat gas still up 2.97, but that's faded from the highs. Gold up 1.62%, remarkable strength. S&P 500 still trying to press higher here, catching a bit of a bid. AMD getting sold into, your semis are getting sold into. Yeah, IWM firm trying to push up 0.75%. Semiconductors are still seeing a little bit of resistance. And sell side pressure, AMD still trying to hold that gap fill. Come on, AMD. I'm still holding my SPY puts. AMD looks like it wants to crack down. You have some serious sell side pressure hitting your SOXX here. SOX is trying to break that OR low. We'll see if it wants to cause the equity markets to fall a little bit, but your semis are now starting to come in just a little bit more. Robinhood looks like a 10-minute bear flag. IREN trying to curl a little bit lower. Stocks are trying to defend that opening range low. Nvidia, Apple has now gone negative. Google's now gone negative. Tesla still up 3. Netflix down 0.14. JP Morgan down 0.28, but trying to hold its technical bounce. SPY still holding strength here. Trying to chop in this very tight and narrow range. Burning some theta right now. But again, you're getting a little bit more mega cap weakness. Dollar still up 0.4, 10-year yield up 0.6. Your VIX has gone negative again. Teetering between negative and positive. SPY still underperforming Qs. Qs are underperforming the Russell. Russell's outperforming as of now. AMD looking like it wants to break that weekly gap. We are still printing on our AMD put options and we got quite a bit of time. Come on. Come on, take us down, market. Take us down. Come on, AMD. Chop us down. CoreWeave getting faded, so CRWV, interestingly enough, CoreWeave had a huge try breakout, getting faded quite firmly here. Looking at Hood's looking a little bit weaker. This ENVX guy still wants to squeeze, it looks like. DKNG has firmed up quite nicely. Boeing has firmed up quite nicely. DocuSign catching a little bit of a bid. Interesting. Come on down, AMD. Come on down, SPY. I'm still short SPY, short AMD, writing put options on both. We also have a few new trades that we took in the options trading group. Looking to press those. SoFi still up 4%. Oklo still up about 8%. Western Digital, that's a leading stock, guys. WDC is a leading stock. It is telling us that this market wants to gap and crack as well. This stock has been one of the strongest stocks in your entire market, NASDAQ, S&P, and it has gapped and cracked. So we will see if the market wants to follow this leading stock. So far, S&P holding quite steady. AMD, come on, crack that gap fill. They seem to just want to keep SPY pinned here. It's pretty impressive to see. SPY holding up quite well. Marvell still up 2.57%, acting well. Ethereum still up 3.5%. Bitcoin up 1.24. Stocks are still holding its OR low. They have not broken that yet. Energy stocks are trying to make another little move here. XOM initially had a bit of sell side pressure into its gap. Crude oil still up 1.8%. S&P still just chopping sideways. Are we going to test that point of control zone? Your big volume shelf is sitting around 669 even. That is your 10-minute EMA 113. So far, SPY is just pinned in a very tight and narrow range. It's acting quite well. You have a little bit of strength coming back into financials. XOM still trying to push. SPY's trying to break out to the high side here. Trying to push here on your S&P 500. If they bust through this candle, they're going to press SPY to 671.40. It's a big area for your market. But it's been a nice bounce off of the lows. Their bulls are still trying to press this market a little bit higher. I'm going to stop out of this trade if we get sort of a 2-minute close above this wick here. I will close my SPY puts for a little bit of a loss if we close above this high pivot. Bitcoin's still under 125. VIX is still negative. Dow Jones Industrials has gone negative. Big candle down there on your S&P. That's why I'm giving this trade a little bit more room to run. I still think that they're just slowly roping in more bulls. You've got Amazon down 0.4, Nvidia down 1.39, Apple down 0.16, Meta down 1.5, Google slightly green, Tesla ripping up 3.5%. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. AMD still holding technical strength here. IWM still holding steady, 247.74. Come on, SPY, break us down. Nice decline there on SPY, guys. Beautiful. Let's see if we can get these 669s. That's what I've been waiting for. Come on. Keep going. Gave this trade a little bit more room to run, because I thought there was some weird stuff happening. Come on down, S&P. Retest this point of control. Retest it. Give us another. So potentially have a high, lower high. Let's see if we can get a sweep low here. Come on down, S&P. Chop it down. Robinhood still looks like a 10-minute bear flag. Crude oil still soft and Bitcoin getting rejected. VIX is back to the green side. SPY breaking here, coming back into its opening range low. IREN struggling. AMD still trying to hold that weekly gap fill. SPY still just chopping in a range here. It hasn't given us a true definitive breakdown just yet. Bitcoin still trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Big bounce off that 2-minute EMA for SPY. Bulls are still seeing some buy side pressure. IWM curling right back up. Big bid back up. JP Morgan looks like it wants to go green. That's almost back to the positive side. Microsoft still acting extremely well. IWM still outperforming accused. Boeing now up 2%. ENVX up 3.36%. SC up 1.8. XOM looking like it wants to break the highs. Come on, XOM. Squeeze the energy, please. Squeeze it. Big bounce back up on SPY. Really big bid higher here. Negating that whole entire little down move. Robinhood still looks weak. IREN trying to curl slightly lower. Nat gas getting faded here. It's still up 2.7, but it is seeing some sell side pressure. Jeez, look at Viking, guys. What a move there. Crazy, eh? Viking is crazy. All right, SPY. Come on, SPY. Chop it back down. Chop it back down, SPY. Yeah, I'm still riding my SPY puts. Again, I'm giving a little bit of runway. Looking for a 2-minute close above this wick high here to stop out for a loss, but I still think we can come lower, so. Robinhood looking very, very weak here. Hood is looking like a 10-minute potential breakdown. Interesting. It's okay. Webull. Webull's making a bullish recovery. So pretty much an inverse move in Robinhood and Webull. Webull curling back up. Robinhood curling back down. Interesting. AMD still trying to hold that weekly chart gap fill. SPY still hanging in there. Crude oil softening. Bitcoin still under 125. ENVX, guys. This ENVX chart. Oh, I can't wait till it squeezes into that gap. So again, nice profit secured today on SMCI, guys, with members. Really good day for SMCI. SPY is still relentless, trying to push higher here. We've gone pretty much everywhere and nowhere. XOM still trying to push. SoFi getting slightly faded. Crude oil softening. Nvidia down 1.57, looking heavier here. Apple still negative. Google still positive. Meta still down 1.2. Tesla still looking decent, up 3.41. JP Morgan still trying to push here a little bit more. Carvana down 1.84%. Interesting. Caterpillar announcing a dividend. That's under some pressure. 3M under pressure. Home Depot under quite a bit of pressure. PGY up 4.5. Ticker AI slightly green. GDX up 3.92. DraftKings up 2%. Mara up 5. Chipotle slightly negative. Come on down, S&P. Come on down. I've been patient with you. I've been patient with you. Robinhood looking heavy here. Lithium stock still doing well. Archer Aviation getting faded from the highs slightly. Wells Fargo still negative. SMR and nuclear still doing wonderfully well. Airbnb slightly green. Rivian slightly green. China stocks still seeing a little bit of distribution. Valero having a strong day. That's up 2.3. Long end yields are still performing well. BlackBerry, nice day for BlackBerry, up 3.18%. Ticker rig is up a couple percent. Snapchat still down a little bit. Pfizer down 1.3. Twilio strong day. Lithium stocks still green. Intel up 2. Walmart up 0.62. Regional banks, strong reversal in regional banks. They're back up 1.77%. Silver up 1.4. PayPal almost up 2. Unity Software up 1.8. Abercrombie and Fitch getting smoked today. That's down 7.42%. ANF. Pretty crazy. Lyft is slightly negative. Freeport doing well. Disney slightly negative. Uber having a strong day. That's up 3.3. All right, big push here on SPY land. AMD pushing, SPY pushing. Humana having a strong day. That's up 3.5. Datadog up 2. SCCO up 3.6. Crazy. AEO getting slapped. Space stocks, ASTS up 5.6. Rocket Labs up a couple. All right, this is where I might get stopped out for a loss on my SPY puts. I'm looking for a 2-minute close above this area. 30 seconds left in this candle. Yes, I still am, surfers. I'm looking at a 2-minute stop loss here. I'm giving it a little bit more room to run. If we get a 2-minute close above this high pivot, you can see this dotted line. That's where my stop loss lies. We haven't been able to close above that area yet, so I'm giving a little bit more room to run. You can see we wicked through it, never closed though. So the stop loss is on a 2-minute closing basis. If we get a 2-minute close above that area, then I'll stop out, but I'm still holding. Still seeing SPY. Robinhood still weak. Russell's getting sold into here. I did send out another options trade alert. SPY's still hanging in there, guys. Still acting quite well for your S&P stocks. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady. ENVX still trying to squeeze just a little bit. SPY is still. Celsius having a decent day today. Bitcoin still struggling off that 125K level. Interesting. Very interesting. Robinhood still softening up here just a little bit. So Bitcoin still under 125, VIX is flat, gold still pushing, nat gas still up 3.1. Copper stocks are still holding steady, Webull still acting quite well. AMD bouncing off its OR low. Come on, S&P. What are you doing up here? Come on, SPY. Is this the retest slower? They are just chopping and burning that theta, guys. Wow. Bitcoin selling off a little bit more. Tesla still ripping up 3.5, almost 3.5. Meta struggling. Nvidia really struggling. Take a look at Abercrombie and Fitch today. That's under quite a bit of pressure. Let's look at RDDT again. That's bouncing quite nicely. Yeah, your retail stocks are getting clobbered today. American Eagle seems like the pump is finally done. Retail stocks are seeing a considerable amount of selling. Crazy. Let's look at some of these other biotechs. PCVX still holding steady. Interesting. SPY's still just holding sideways here, guys. Look at this SCCO chart, guys. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive weeks of upside. Basically in 6 weeks rallying 43%. Absolutely filthy, filthy rally. I mean, I thought I was selling at a good area off of our longs, but, you know, we sold for about 18%. That stock ran double my price target. It's crazy the moves, eh? SCCO, strong, strong, strong. AMD, let's see if it can get back above that OR low or if they want to rip it back to the lower boundary range. Looking at Robinhood, guys. Robinhood looking filthy. Absolutely filthy, guys. IREN starting to come down. Your Russell 2000 still acting very well. Come on, SPY. Come back down lower. Fill that gap. You know you want to. Nvidia, guys, just struggling here immensely. Look at Nvidia right back down to the lows. You know, there's a strong bounce level off of 182.65, but Nvidia is looking a little bit weak here. Just a little bit weak. Bitcoin getting hammered here. BTC getting a little bit heavier. Starting to come in pretty sharply, guys. What is happening? Your Dixie really hasn't even bounced yet. It's still going lower, but BTC coming in here. Pushing an 11 o'clock time frame. Markets have had a nice bounce and we've just been chopping here for the last basically almost an hour now. The markets have gone pretty much nowhere. Ocul is still up 7%. Baba's back to the green side. Snapchat trying to firm up. Marvell still up 2.5%. SMCI still up 5.2. PayPal still up 2.35. Nat gas still up 3. Starbucks having a really crappy day. Robinhood still slightly negative, but trying to bounce off of the lows. Crude oil softening up just a little bit. All right, let's do a little bit of a poll here, guys. We will see. Will SPY close negative? All right, I posted a little bit of a poll there, guys. Will SPY close negative? Put in your thoughts and opinions. Venkat exiting from QQQ and AMD puts. I'm still giving my SPY trade a little bit more room to run. We have not got that 2-minute close above this area. So I'm giving it a little bit of room to run here. I am down on my trade though, my SPY puts for now. We'll see if they want to give us any sort of a sell side profit taking in this market. The helpful thing for SPY right now is that you do have crude oil getting faded. Dollar has definitely fallen from its highs. Small caps are still acting well, but starting to come in just a little bit. All right, let's quickly go through some things here. You still have your Dow component negative, SPY up 0.24, QQQ up 0.63, IWM outperforming up 0.75. You have SPY trying to stop me out of my put options here. Minute 30 seconds. Uh-oh, we're looking like we're trying to break here. Minute left in that candle, minute and 15. You still have Amazon down 0.2, Microsoft up 1.3, Nvidia down 1.5, Apple slightly negative, Google slightly positive at 0.17, Meta up 0.6, Tesla up 3.7 and trying to rip. Damn, that's a big level for SPY. It's a little bit of a battleground. 50 seconds left on my candle formation. May have to take a stop loss, but still abiding that stop. It hasn't got that 2-minute close just yet. You can see that is a big battleground, that previous little pivot high. Crazy. And it seems like they're trying to float and grind us back to that high of the wedge pattern. SPY right now just chopping in a wedge. AMD softening up, Robinhood softening up. Bitcoin catching a bit of a bounce. All right, so that 2-minute candle, I still live to fight another day. Never officially closed above there. Still being patient with this trade, even though I'm down on SPY. Up on AMD still nicely. Check HSBC. Yeah, this looks like a lowercase h pattern. Looks like a short. HSBC looks like a definite short here, guys. A little bit of a bounce off the lows. Bear flag H pattern. Yeah, it looks like it's once that gap fill lower. You know, if you look at financials, though, they have firmed up quite nicely. V-shaped recovery in financials today. Quite impressive. Quite impressive for sure. Wow. Looking at Robinhood. Robinhood still dripping lower, guys. SCCO trying to come in from the highs. IREN still trying to come in from the highs. They're trying to balance Nvidia a little bit, trying to balance Google. Let's look at Apple here. Still holding steady. Microsoft, that's been a relentless beast. Interesting. Pretty crazy to see SPY still trying to trend here. Might get stopped out, guys. Look at the sell side candle in SCCO there. That's a hard knife. All right, guys, I stopped out of SPY for a loss. I did stop out of SPY there for a loss. You did get that 2-minute close. They are squeezing your S&P 500. You can see the top of that wedge pattern formation puts SPY roughly around a value area high, which is around 671.26. But a nice breakout there for your S&P 500. I'm still in my AMD puts. That's a little bit of a member trade. Still looking quite well. But big bid on your S&P 500 there. Remarkable bid. Look at that squeeze. Still holding these AMD 200s, guys. Still up quite nicely off of our entry with members. Still up about 50% on my AMD puts. But big blasting price action there in SPY. Strong, strong move. Yeah, IWM is crazy. IWM is crazy too. This market is an absolute beast, that's for sure. Nice drop on SCCO there from the highs, guys. You got IREN still trying to curl to the downside. XOM still looking somewhat bullish here. SE still trying to hold steady. Boeing still looking good. IONQ still holding steady. Let's flip back to SPY here. SPY still acting quite well, just a float and grind now. Floating and grinding. We'll see if semiconductors get sold into here. And if that capital rotates into your S&P 500, that's what it seems to be doing, is your S&P is kind of broadening out a little bit as some capital is rotating out of AMD and certain semis. It's not leaving the market totally. It's just broadening out, which is actually healthy. Marvell, strong session for MRVL, guys. Crazy day. Chipotle back green, Enphase doing well. Nat gas still up 3%. I would only re-short SPY around this OR high. Kind of a sweep of this high pivot. But SPY's looking like an aggressive long here yet again. Resiliency, firming up, and pushing. AMD coming in a little bit more. Come on. Take us to 200 today, AMD. So members, if we hit 200 today, I will look to trim half of my AMD puts and ride the rest. Again, we're just up over 50% on that trade. It's acting quite well. S&P 500 still a beast. It's in full-fledged beast mode. Full-fledged beast mode. Plug Power still up 5, AMD up 27, ONMD up 127%, SOPA up 108, Open Door up 3.45, Nvidia still down 1.2, CRML up 79% on the back of Trump potentially, or the Trump administration taking a potential stake in that company. Bitfarms squeezing today, eVTOL stocks Archer still strong, QUBT, quantum name leading the charge to the downside on the back of a dilution. Intel up 2.5. Lithium Americas Corp just slightly green. Big Bear AI still squeezing up 3.48%, but off of the highs. RR up 7.5%. ONDS up 8. SoFi up 4.95. Rigetti slightly green. Tesla still ripping here. Let's look at IONQ again. Ripping. RGTI ripping here. QUBT starting to try to rip from the basement. QBTS. Wow. Still trying to rip to the basement there. Look at this SCCO dump, guys. That is coming in hot and heavy. Coming in. Boeing looks like it's going to print some new highs on the session, guys. S&P 500 still holding technical structure, but coming in off of that 671 area slightly. AMD, guys, still coming in. Our puts are still printing. Come on. High volume. My brokerage is alerting me of high volume on AMD. We are still seeing some profit-taking potential, little bear flag, lowercase h pattern on AMD forming. If we were to trigger and break this, you could see 192, bear flag, H pattern. It's a big if. They are grinding your S&P 500 higher here. Remarkable to see them just push it. And you could argue that there's a little inverse head and shoulders here on the 1 minute SPY chart. So if we flip back to that 1 minute, you can see this would be your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. This was your flat top neckline. That was kind of the stop loss zone that we were using. So technically speaking, a retest of this 670.82, our previous stop loss zone, that would be your buy area for a long into your S&P trade if you were aggressive. And again, this little 1 minute pattern suggests 672.20 upside on SPY today. So believe it or not, SPY can keep grinding here. SPY can keep grinding here. I'm finding it hard pressed, but the technical pattern on the 1 minute chart, as long as you stay above this little neckline zone, you could easily push. Crazy, eh? Crazy to think that. Here goes S&P land. Crude oil still trying to bounce. XOM trying to make a little bit of a push higher here. Still seeing SPY acting very well, holding steady, grinding candle after candle. 52-week high on the Russell. Thank you. Yes, sir. Russell is still in full-fledged beast mode right now. Again, if SPY loses this area, it could be a little bit of a failed breakout, but technically this neckline is an aggressive buy. I'm not personally taking it there, but that is the area that the bulls want to maintain structure above. So far, initial back test is being slightly defended here. Just slightly. Bitcoin doing the good old float and grind. AMD still remarkably holding on that weekly chart gap fill. Pretty impressive to see. Very, very impressive. But it does look like a little bit of a potential H pattern intraday. S&P is still grinding. Your Russell almost up 1% now. Trying to squeeze to the upside. Boeing still pushing. SoFi still up 4.95. Micron still up 3.31. Open door trying to catch a little bit. Peter's taking a 247 put on the Russell. Good luck, good luck. AMD trickling a little bit lower. S&P starting to wane. AMD is still softening. Come on, break that gap fill. AMD, break it. I want to get paid on these puts. Take us to 200, baby. Excuse me. Buy still acting well, holding steady. XOM guys going for another new high of day. It is breaking a bull flag pattern here. Look at XOM starting to squeeze here. New high of day up 1.14. Can we get our 115s green today? Well, we're green, but can we get them in the money? Looking quite nice on our XOM calls. Come on. Squeeze it. Crude oil being defended off of its opening ranges here. Let's look at UNG real quick. That's still trying to hold steady, but off of its highs quite a bit here. SPY is technically hitting that range, that wedge pattern. The short setup is a pierce through that range. I'm personally going to wait for a sweep of this high, but we could easily float today to 672.20. AMD still struggling just a little bit. New high of day for XOM. That's now squeezing even higher. I like it. I like it a lot. Robinhood still looks phenomenally weak. Money, squeeze it. SOX is still hanging in there. S&P still building a bit of a bull flag pattern. AMD still holding that technical support. Oracle having a nice day today. That's up 2.2%. Open Door still managing to try to hold steady. Marvell testing 90. Wow. Anyone still knows Marvell 90 calls? Those are probably printed. Markets are slowing down here, but it does look like SPY wants to try to break out of that bull flag pattern. You have had Nvidia firm up off of the lows. Amazon still down 0.32. Microsoft strong up 1.29. Apple still struggling a little bit. It pulled in from its highs quite substantially. It's still negative down by 0.16. Google is kind of teetering between positive and negative. Right now it is positive by 0.35%. Meta down 1.23%. It's been weak all session. Tesla has been floating and grinding throughout the whole entire session. Financials have really helped this market. Financials went from one of the worst performing sectors to now pretty much trying to turn the corner and go green. JP Morgan is green. Netflix still down slightly by about a couple bucks. Bitcoin is spiking here higher, guys. BTC spiking to another new high of day, going for that previous all-time high pivot that we made on Sunday. So you are seeing crypto catching a little bit of additional liquidity here. Look at BTC squeezing here. Interesting. How high is GDX gonna go? Honestly, I don't even want to comment because gold's in a world of its own. GDX is in a world of its own. I've lost money on that trade, so I've called it wrong. GDX has burned me, so I'm staying away from it, but you know, it's just remarkable. Remarkable. And I mean, granted, it's had weaker oil, weaker dollar, strong gold prices, so miners have just been relentless, but Relentless. GDX is one of the more extended ETFs in the market. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks of upside. I don't even think it's probably ever done that in its entire history. I'd have to go back, but 10 weeks, I mean, you would at least favor 1 week of pullback, but I don't know. It's just insane. Gold is obviously in a world of its own as well, right? Look at that. Weekly chart of gold, just mind-blowing. Crazy. All right, so S&P still testing 671, trying to push here. Guys, look at XOM. XOM is still trying to squeeze here, going through one of those moves. XOM is trying to make one of those crazy moves that we've seen. Crude oil looking like a bit of a W pattern intraday, like it could break out here. If crude breaks out of this inverse head and shoulders here, you got quite a bit of upside in energy stocks, guys. We are seeing some bullish flow. I think that you're going to still see some profit taking in semiconductors at some point, and often when you see a little bit of profit taking in semis, you often see some of that capital rotate into the energy trade. But WTI crude, a potential inverse head and shoulders, you better watch for that because that's a really bullish pattern that will keep sending these stocks flying. Valero, strong day. RIG, look at RIG today, just ripping. XOM today, just absolutely ripping. XLE, flying. Let's look at the oil services ETF, OIH, absolutely ripping into the new high of the session. So we are long the 115 XOM calls. We've been long since the bottom down here. We entered off this 111 area, and we got nothing but time on those contracts, and those should easily get in the money. Peter's looking at HIMS. HIMS is looking weak. Yeah, so we discussed HIMS in the pre-market. I remember that regarding Costco selling Ozempic, or is it Wegovy? I can't remember the headline, but Costco anyway selling half price. So yeah, it's gotten faded quite nicely. HIMS, it does look very weak. Does look very weak for sure. If you want to short it here and use kind of this high pivot that we just made as your swing stop loss, that's not a bad area. Bitcoin still holding steady. What a bounce on some of these financials, eh? Look at that candle. Crazy. All right, SPY breaking out here. Going for a liquidity sweep of that high. Upside target is 672 Pierce, 672.20. But there's a short level off of this opening range high Pierce. So if it pierces that, you should get a little bit of a pullback. It is a scalping opportunity. But that's all it is. So right now, the strength in your S&P is coming, what I'm observing from your mega caps. Nvidia is starting to firm up. Additional semis are trying to firm up. Interesting to see SPY making a really big bullish recovery, but AMD hasn't. So you're still seeing some selling and profit taking in AMD. Granted, I mean, if you're not at least trimming some positions from your longs on AMD at this area, I don't know what you're doing. So yeah, crude oil acting well. Let's see the Dixie. Dixie again is very, very weak off of its highs. It is trying to bounce a little bit on your 10 and 15-minute chart, but it has fallen from grace. We'll see if it can start to climb itself back here. Guys, this ENVX is also quietly trying to climb here, looking for a new high of day. See if we can squeeze this baby. Come on, squeeze it to the gap. We still have half of our $12 calls, which are in the money. And we're looking for our $14 calls to print. Come on. Strong day again for SE, bouncing quite nicely. New high of day. That's acting quite well for our long trade. It's a lot of mixed action today in the market. A lot of mixed action. IWM just hanging on by the highs. Just chilling. Just absolutely chilling. HIMS is an interesting chart though, guys, because I've been looking at potentially trying to short it, literally scanning it right now, and quite undecided because we are sitting right on some weekly chart support. So I'm a little nervous that they try to bounce a little bit, but you can see we're sitting right on that weekly 7 and 20 moving average. You're trying to get that weekly bullish cross. Uh, so the weekly time frame isn't looking too bad. Daily chart is looking nasty though. Interesting. Very interesting. AMD trying to catch a little bit of a bounce. Robinhood still struggling, down 0.91%, sitting near the low of its range. Bitcoin still trying to hang on to 125K. Crude oil still up 2.14%. eVTOL stocks are still flying. BBAI is into an interesting area here, guys. If you're wanting to go long Big Bear, this is the level to do it off of prior day low. This is a day trade long idea. Using your defined stop loss, you have a lot of support on these previous pivots. So prior day high support, you can simply use a 10-minute close on BBAI. That is a day trade long idea. You still have strength in your Russell, looking like we're still going to push higher in your S&P 500. So BBAI is not a bad long area with a defined risk in place. Not looking too bad. Look at this crazy mover from Trump. This is what Trump does. CRML up 102%. Ridiculous, eh? Craziness. Still have eVTOL stocks flying to the high side. Intel curling down. Intel looks like a bit of a fading opportunity. So Intel seeing some distribution, potentially wanting to end the day with a daily topping tail. Intel did come into a little bit of a previous 618. Sorry, it's not a 618. What is it? Yeah, it is a 618 retrace zone. So there is some resistance there. Very extended intraday. Very easy. Airlines doing well. Let's look at Tessie again. Tesla looking like it's going to break out to the highs of the session yet again. Tesla's got a bit of an ascending triangle pattern building. Market is still holding steady. Rigetti still slightly struggling on the session. RR coming in from the highs. Not looking too good. Looks like RR is getting a little bit cooked here. Nvidia has firmed up. Open Door still seeing quite a bit of resiliency. Let's look at its counterparty, BETR. Better Homes, that's gone negative on the session. Plug Power bouncing. Let's look at the airlines real quick. AAL screaming higher. Delta screaming higher. It's interesting you saw some of those plane crash videos circulating over the weekend, making people bearish on social medias. And basically airlines ripped today. Crazy, eh? The power of media manipulation. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright, so Nvidia still slightly quietly curling to the upside. We'll keep AMD on watch though. IWM curling slightly lower. Ooh, look at ENVX, guys, now up 4%. This is starting to squeeze. It's getting that squeezing interest. Here we go. It looks like we're going to take out the highs on ENVX. Come on, baby. Squeeze it to the upside. Look at what we're clearing. We backtested the weekly 200 moving average and bounced ferociously strong. This ENVX still has a high degree of short interest. And I mean, it's going to absolutely fly here, in my opinion. SYM up 5.12% today. Crazy mover, SYM as well. Very cool. Very cool. Robinhood's trying to catch a bit of liquidity. Boeing, new high of day for BA. Your dollar index is trying to quietly climb off of the lows here. BTC still acting very, very well. Trying to push. SoFi still acting well. PayPal acting very, very well. Let's look at Trade Desk. Yeah, Trade Desk still quietly grinding higher and higher off of those lows. I think TTD probably gets a pullback here, creates a right shoulder for that inverse head and shoulders, and then has a bigger move higher, but interesting. PCVX, come on down. I want you down. They are just quietly grinding the market higher here. Adobe turning slightly green. Pepsi's still weak. They are still doing the good old-fashioned float and grind here. Dollar's still trying to creep here just a touch. Oh, I just need to do some push-ups here, get the blood flowing some more, guys. Yeah, your S&P is just quietly floating here. IWM's getting a little bit of sell side pressure, but SPY is still just floating and grinding. Small pullback in XLF. Regional banks, small pullback. Retail still acting quite well. Biotech, small pullback. A little mini pullback in the hood still looks super, super weak. Just holding steady though. Western Union still trying to hold steady. CDNS still trying to hold steady. Boeing still looking good. AMD just holding steady. Still quietly trying to take itself back to the positive side. Nvidia is still down 0.5%, but climbing back. So you can see SPY is trying to break out here of its range yet again. We still have that 1 minute inverse head and shoulders that we discussed. Very decent breakout starting. A sec, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Just give me a sec. All right, so that S&P is still floating and grinding higher, breaking out 5 and 10-minute chart. Still seeing some positive technical structure. Bitcoin still holding above 125.2. Nvidia is still firming up. So looking like a bit of a rest of the morning trending session here. So you're still seeing pullbacks being bought in full force. Squeeze on your S&P. So SPY still squeezing. You do have a little bit of a selling candle in your Russell here. Robinhood still looks very weak. ENVX still trying to squeeze higher. XOM has had a little bit of a pullback. Still likely going to be a dip buy in that name. IREN still holding steady. Apple curling down. Let's look at Google. Google's just ripping here, guys. Ripping. Amazon, full on bullish reversal. Let's look at these other high flyers. UPST. UPST, nice day for UPST. Trying to bounce off of its 1-year moving average. IWM is getting a little bit more heavier selling here. SCCO coming in sharply. Freeport McMoran coming in. Let's look at copper here because copper stocks have had a phenomenal bounce. Yeah, IWM coming in a little bit. PayPal looks like it's gonna blast off into space, guys. CCO getting quite a bit heavier here. You are seeing some profit taking in these copper stocks. Again, SCCO, one of the more extended stocks in the market. Last time SCCO hit this 82 RSI on the daily, it had a 10% pullback and then a bigger bounce to new highs. That's what I'm expecting here. I'm expecting SCCO to come in and then continuation move. Crazy. Yeah, your Russell is curling down, so you could look to fade that. S&P into a bit of a resistance area. You've now swept that liquidity of that previous volume reversal off the open. But you're breaking above OR high. Markets could be in for a bit of a trender on this Monday. This type of rally, slow and steady, looks like a trending session. So they might keep this market pretty strong all day. And then on a trend day, you'll usually get a selling candle in the last, say, 30 minutes or so. Again, no real data. Markets like the fact that there's no worry of any tape bombs from the government. I mean, Trump can still tweet and stuff, but this little bull flag forming on DRS, looking like it's ready for another leg higher here. Expecting this one to hit new all-time highs by the end of the year. Snapchat is getting a little bit of buy pressure. Opal potentially ending the day with a little bit of a topping tail formation. So it's a pretty tough market to short right now, guys. Individual tickers are moving much better than the main indices. It does look like the S&P is in a bit of a float and grind state. Your Russell has pulled in a little bit from your high of the day, but it's still acting quite well. You might get a few more minutes of selling in the Russell, but I'm expecting it to probably bounce pretty soon. The level that SPY could retest and still it would be in a strong uptrend on the session is basically back here, this previous little high pivot breakout zone. But markets are still acting well. Like I said, there's individual names that are certainly moving, in my opinion, a little bit better, but it's a tough market to short. Volume trends are lightening up. Markets are in an uptrend in the intraday and larger time frames. Dixie still fading. Crude oil still acting well. Nvidia's almost positive. Apple's still trying to turn up a little bit. IWM could fall down to its OR low, which is 247.35, which would be about a 50-cent fall. Should see some support there. Nice decline in some of these other names. You are seeing IREN curling to the downside. Copper stocks, SECO coming in a little bit here. AMD still underneath its opening range low. You actually do have crude oil trying to spike here and break out, guys. WTI crude trying to trigger that inverse head and shoulders that we talked about. So crude oil moving. You better keep your watch of your energy stocks. Again, if crude starts to get any sort of impulse move, it should actually hurt SPY here. Maybe that's what SPY is going to react to is crude. I think one of the indications you're seeing is minor stock like SCCO falling pretty sharply here, anticipating maybe a bit of a breakout in crude. Let's look at FCX. That's coming in full round trip. GDX softening from the highs. SILJ softening from the highs. So perhaps crude oil is going to break out here momentarily. SPY coming in. It is seeing some distribution, guys. Look at SCCO falling pretty sharply here. Come on down, SCCO. Wouldn't mind seeing that. The topping tail forming on SCCO. IWM breaking down. Same thing with SPY. SPY seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Bitcoin curling down. IWM coming into its opening range low, 247.35. We'll see if they want to do a sweep. But you are coming into your OR low for Russell. This is your back testing of your breakout zone. The bulls want to maintain structure. Look at SCCO coming in hot. Coming in hot. XOM looks like it's going to print another new high of day, guys. Crude oil trying to break out. Go crude go. LAC has turned slightly negative. Tesla's still holding steady. Big Bear AI struggling, fell through that support. Nice job. AMD still holding structurally steady. We just entered these 130 puts with members today at the highs for SCCO. That's coming in quite nicely. Nice $3 fall. On copper stocks, SCCO looks like it wants to go negative. Full round trip. I would not mind seeing that one. Robinhood's catching a bit of a bid now. AMD still just floundering. Crude oil, guys, is trying to make that move. Crude is trying to break out of an inverse head and shoulders. Upside target 62.50. Crude is starting to move here. You better watch XLE and energy stocks. XLE going for that high of day breakout. Rig probably going to keep squeezing. Chevron breaking out high side. XOM trying to break out to the high side. Valero trying to break out. Oxy still looking good. But yeah, you got crude oil. That's why the market's reacting here a little bit. Expecting airlines and transports to probably come in from the highs. If this is a true breakout in crude, you could probably fade airlines. Airlines are probably definitely a fade up here. Boeing taking a bit of a dip. Gold, a nasty little down move there on gold, guys. Dixie trying, but look at that down candle on gold. That's a hard dump there. Big, big profit taking candle. Let's look at GDX here. Coming in a little bit. SILJ coming in a little bit. Interesting. Interesting. Dixie's trying to form a bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Look at nat gas starting to squeeze even more, guys. Natural gas is starting to squeeze here. Trying to recapture some of the losses from intraday. Getting back above that high pivot. Interesting. Snapchat turning green after it was down quite a bit, making a full-on red to green reversal. Interesting. Seven votes, 71% people said no, SPY will not go negative, 29% said yes. Interesting. It'll be a big drop if we go negative. Crude oil in the dollar, guys. Crude oil in the dollar. Keep your eyes. Crude oil trying to break. Your Dixie's also got a bit of an intraday 10-minute inverse head and shoulders. You can see it better on the 5. It's trying to break out as well. So watch those closely. It's nice. Yeah, we're looking a little bit weaker here. You have energy breaking out on all fronts. Nat gas, crude oil, dollars trying to firm up. So we could see some distribution hit the tape here, guys. Just be careful if you're long certain names. We are still seeing a little bit of troublesome price action trying to creep into play here. Markets are still trending, but a little slightly vulnerable. Just slightly. JP Morgan back to the negative side. Netflix down 0.5%. Tessie's still squeezing here. High of day. Caterpillar coming in a little bit. Markets are trying to bounce. Still seeing AMD softening up here just a little bit. I like it. Let's see if this bear flag can trigger on AMD. It's been building pretty much all day, this lowercase h bear flag, so it does look like it's trying to trigger. Granted, it's still strong on the session on your larger time frame, but could easily see a little bit more give back. Nvidia is still down 0.5%. Take a look at what is squeezing here. ENVX breaching the highs. Here comes the short potential covering. SPY falling though. But ENVX trying to get that short squeeze price action. Russell 2000 curling down here. AMD still curling down. Still looking for our puts to pay even more. Come on. But ENVX guys trying to go through that squeezing price action. Crude oil Dixie still holding steady. Interesting. Just push up. Guys, we're seeing the volume coming into ENVX here. Short squeeze approaching. Short squeeze potential in ENVX. But yeah, it's volume coming in on the 10-minute chart. Seeing a nice decline and continuation in AMD. AMD still trickling lower here. I like it a lot. Snapchat, what a bullish reversal in Snap, guys. Look at Snap ripping, trying to break out to the high side yet again. Crazy. AMD still coming in a bit. 65% on our AMD puts, still looking to press them a little lower. Haven't taken any sort of a trim yet. Crude oil is softening though a little bit, so we are seeing that could be beneficial for the S&P 500. Crude oil softening. Wow, France Prime Minister resigned. Macron resigns. That's crazy. Hmm. I'll be right back, guys. So the S&P 500 continues to grind higher. We did achieve that 1 minute head and our inverse head and shoulders target. So we've satisfied the upside levels. That being said, we're still in a float and grind mode. In the overall market, you have relative strength that has picked up. AMD continue to remain short, looking for AMD to break this little bit of an H pattern bear flag. That has been a good trade for myself today. Nevertheless, market's still looking a-okay. This is a bit of a trending session, so the down dips have been small, but we've been in a strong uptrend since we put in this low candle here. And I mean, the real next big resistance is kind of your prior day high, which is, believe it or not, your all-time high in SPY. So PDH level mixed in with all-time high. We'll see what type of price action we want to get. But we've satisfied the bull targets. Let's see if they want to chop us back down or if they want to keep us elevated. I'd love to see AMD flush. That's been relatively weak. Crude oil is still holding technically well. Robinhood back down to the lows. Look at this ENVX, guys. We're still continuing to grind and squeeze higher. Again, we've been chatting about ENVX for quite a long time since we broke out. We are long and strong ENVX, and we are printing. So those are working out quite well. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. So guys, the market is still maintaining positive structure here. The S&P consolidating over its value area high. 672.08 is a big area. If we lose that, then your next support is back to your opening range. But technically speaking, as long as we maintain above this value area high, this little purple trend line, we could easily keep pushing higher. I think that they're going to keep trending us, probably give us an all-time high. We're very close to hitting an all-time high. Only about 60 cents or so, 0.1%. So I think they're still going to push the S&P up into the end of the day here, and then maybe a little bit of a late day profit taking into your power hour session. AMD though, we've been short AMD throughout the whole day. That one keeps trickling down. That is slowly starting to see some more distribution signals. Granted, the Russell is looking a little bit weaker. It hasn't really made new highs since it came in around that 11 a.m. time frame. Um, but the S&P is still holding technical structure, trying to continue to build its momentum. Just opening range low. And your S&P looks okay. Russell's hitting your opening range. So there's some support there. AMD looking nasty. Yeah, crazy. SPRB. Is it halted? Looks like it's halted, right? And a lot of people think it's going to get to that gap. Unlikely, guys. Unlikely, but we'll see. Crazy. To the close here. Final afternoon looking like it's trying to break down here. Your S&P 500 still acting quite well, holding steady. Canopy growth today, basically negating that whole endocannabinoid pop, full round trip. Looks like it's hitting some near-term support. AMD going for the lows. Come on, AMD. SPY still trending. Puts are ripping. Let's go. $5% on our AMD puts. Be careful with Q and SPY here. They're looking trendy into the end of the day. Late day sell-off. This is a trend day. Bottomed within the first hour of trading, 10 a.m. We've just been trending. Usually on trend days, your sell-off comes into the end of the day where there's some profit taking. So I'm going to look for if we stay elevated and floating here, I'm going to look for a put option, a 0 DTE lotto trade into the final half hour, 45 minutes of trading. It's kind of what I'm waiting for. Crazy day though. Strong indices. Dixie getting faded. Crude oil never officially broke out. This ENVX is just a non-stop freight train. Pumping. IWM is breaking its lower boundary potential opening range, so the Russell's looking a little bit more bearish here. There is some support approaching, opening range low, back testing this breakout zone. Big push in the market. Markets still look like they want to press higher. At least the S&P. S&P is gunning for that new all-time high. Looks like it's going to do it. There is a short level off of that all-time high sweep. I'm still going to wait for power hour before I consider anything. But still holding my AMDs. Yeah, strong move on open there. Don't know. There must be news or something. If anyone has news, feel free to post in the chat. But definitely a news candle on open. We're seeing SPY trickling down a little bit. Still holding right above that value area high, but looking a little bit choppy. Coming in pretty hard. You got Robinhood melting to the downside here, head and shoulders, knees and toes triggering. Nasty little move there. IWM getting rejected off its OR low. Pretty light volume. They can easily take us right back up, guys. They could easily take us right back up. Wasn't that heavy of a volume sell. How started, we are seeing some selling. We are seeing some selling. Look at getting nasty with it. AMD going for another low. But is knifing. Nice little breakdown there on your S&P 500. AMD still trickling. You got Tesla up 5.4, Meta made a red to green reversal, that's up 0.51, Google up 2, Apple down 0.6, Nvidia still struggling, Microsoft having a stellar day, Amazon having a great day. QQQ still outperforming your Russell. Crude oil still maintaining structure. Candle there for your S&P 500. The Russell's now looking a little bit heavier here. Some pretty strong high volume candles for Bitcoin over the last 20 minutes. Let's see what it translates into. S&P still trying to come in. Spot getting sold into here. Leading this market lower. Come on, AMD. Drop it. Spies really falling here. No movement in your dollar, no movement in your Dixie. Mega cap is seeing a little bit of distribution here. QQQ still at 0.92, SPY at 0.39, IWM at 0.49, Amazon at 0.58, Microsoft up 2.32, Nvidia down 1, Apple down 0.64. So they've really taken Apple down today. It was up and now it's seeing some downside pressure. Meta coming in pretty firmly here. Financials are still seeing a little bit of weakness here. JP Morgan off of the lows though. Tesla still a beast. Semis are starting to curl down. Yep, we're just melting on AMD, pushing almost up 100% on AMD. Pretty big swing trade for me. But I want more. I want more. It's been a slow drip. I sent out the alert this morning on AMD at 9:39 a.m., which was on. Again, it's tough to enter contracts off of the open, but this is where we got sent out the alert, was right on this candle here to fade AMD. That was our pre-market A plus setup. So just been a nice grind lower and lower. Still up 24%. I mean, it's remarkably strong. Look at that volume today on AMD. 222 million. Don't be greedy. No, I want to see 200. I want to see 200. I mean, basically, to me, this is looking like a little bit of a near-term double top. Let's see what AMD's PE is after this pop. Yeah, I mean, its price to earnings is still 118. Its median PE is 51, so it's nearly double. I mean, still pretty expensive. And I'm okay holding them. I didn't take end of week. I took the October 17th put options, so I got a little bit of time, a couple weeks on the clock. So we'll see. It's been a nice fall from that area. 6% down, but I think there's more meat on the bone. I'd say to the bulls, don't be greedy. AMD up 24%. Like, what was AMD's market cap going into that? Right now, its market cap is what, 333 billion? I mean, that's crazy. It's still up tremendous. It's still up tremendously. can see the area. You've pierced just doing a fib retrace from the gap up to the high. You've broken the first fib. Next fib is around 203. Pierce to 203. Trying to make a little bit of a move here. SE looking very strong, guys. C limited looking very strong. New highs coming in SE, I think. Wow, look at ENVX, guys. Holy moly, it's still squeezing. This is now entering short squeeze mode. Look at the volume coming in here. This is a short squeeze and a half, guys. The dips are just getting covered. I mean, this is going through a short squeeze, guys. ENVX. Absolutely filthy. And I hope we put that on your radar, at the end of the month there. It's just been a one-way freight train to the upside since breaking out. It's crazy. Even if you chase this impulse candle, it's still up 15, 16%. Wow. Nice work. Give me a sec. You're seeing crude oil getting a little bit of a pump here into the end of the day. S&P just hugging and maintaining structure over that opening range high. AMD just chopping sideways. IWM trying to hold on to its 5-minute EMA 113. Again, crude oil could hurt the indices into the close here. We could see a little bit more of a sell. S&P still chopping sideways. Looking a little bit fragile here, the S&P. Looking at crude oil here, guys. Crude is trying to make a little bit of a pop here, maintaining structure above its inverse head and shoulders. Dollar is softening quite a bit here. Russell 2000 is looking extremely weak here into the close. ENVX, wow, continuing to just surge here. Now up over 8% on the tape. Ripping. AMD still chopping a little bit lower here. SPY looking a little bit vulnerable itself. I was looking for a bit of a SPY trade into the close, but not really seeing anything that I like. No real edge here. If I were to hazard a guess, I still think that there should be more sell side pressure, but not really looking to trade. We are seeing Bitcoin coming in pretty sharply here. BTC still hanging above 125, but getting sold into. Wow, look at the volume on APP, guys. They're finally kicking that down the curb. A little bit of a probe into app loving. App loving dumping. Wow. APP dropping hard. App loving falling sharply. Whoa, now down 10% on app loving. That is crazy. APP falling on a probe. That is filthy. Absolutely filthy. Look at that. 12.5% down on app loving. It's getting hot and heavy. Nasty little fall. What a drop there. Let's look at a couple of these other ones. TTD, Trade Desk could be coming. Let's look at Unity Software. I'm just going through some of the sympathy. Yeah, Unity Software also under pressure. That's sympathy to AppLovin. APPS, which is Digital Turbine, which should come in. MGNI. Interesting. That's a nasty candle down, eh? APP. Yeah, a piece of shit finally falls after you cover short. I lost money on that too, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. It fucking took my money. It took about just over 2 grand from me. I don't like it. It went so high. There's some sort of a data probe. Some sort of a probe. They're probably using people's data collection inappropriately. So there's a probe against them. Yeah, it's some sort of a data probe. Down 13% now, 14. Look at that ripping. It's just a data probe. So it's honestly getting ready for a bit of a bounce here, but it built up no support. I mean, look at that full round trip, down 14%, coming into your weekly 7 moving average. If you're wanting to dead cat bounce it here, I mean, by all means, but wow, that is filthy, that decline. Filthy. S&P coming in. Again, your sympathy plays that you need to watch for with AppLovin falling, TTD. Unity Software has some sympathy. You can see Unity also took a bit of a dip there. Not as big though. IWM getting smoked here. Look at AppLovin, guys, down 17%. Holy crap. Probably could have just shorted it right off of that initial drop. I mean, we would have banked. Look at that. That's crazy. That is filthy. Nasty. Down 16%. Russell 2000 coming in sharply too. Well, you know, it's a decent amount of liquidity. How big is AppLovin now? 193 billion. It's a good amount of liquidity. Yeah, it is a joke. Manipulation. Classic Wall Street manipulation. Price raise and then they trap people in. I mean, if we look at the volume trends, interestingly enough, that's not even that big of a down volume candle. Weird. I'm surprised that it hasn't been that big of a volume. You're actually still selling on declining volume. I would have expected that to be bigger on the daily chart. It should kick in a little bit more, but just shows you. I'd love to see that one gap down tomorrow. There might be a day trade opportunity tomorrow. New lows coming in. Wow, down 18% now. Can they push it down 20%? All manipulated, orchestrated. Look at that candle. That is filthy, eh? Down almost 20% on app love, and you are coming into a bit of an area here. This is where you broke out on news. That's filthy. Look at that reversal on SPY. Tesla still ripping, Google still strong, Meta still acting well, Nvidia trying to bounce, Apple trying to bounce, Microsoft strong, Amazon strong. App loving still got wrecked. Bitcoin still chopping sideways. Interesting observation. I'll discuss that in the member video, but you have semiconductors going through a bit of selling into the close. Interesting divergence between your semis and SPY into the close there, guys. You can see them melting your S&P, or you can see them melting the stocks, a little bit of profit taking. Look at them dump the semis here into the close. Big divergence, guys. Big divergence. SOXX still up 3%, but coming in pretty firmly here. AMD new lows. I love it. I love it, guys. AMD coming in hot and heavy. Chop it down, AMD. Chop it down. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. We're up over 100% on AMD puts, guys. Up over 100%. I'm going to hold them. I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to hold them. But if you're wanting to trim, by all means, that's the smart thing to do. But I'm going to be greedy. Still up 23%, so we got time. But up 100% if you're wanting to take a trim, members, by all means. But I'm going to hold. SOXX coming in hot and heavy. IWM seeing some more distribution candles. S&P hard down candle there. Looking like they're eating that volume. Look at that. That is filthy. Quite a nice decline here into the close. Quite a nice decline, guys. Look at what they did to Robinhood there into the close. They demolished Robinhood as well. The next probe is going to be into Robinhood, most likely. You're going to see the SEC come back from this government break and say, hey, Robinhood, we want to know more about your prediction markets. We want some regulation. So a nice little bit of volatility, up move, down move into the close. Final 3 minutes here. Will they give it a facelift? Looks like they're trying. Ethereum still doing well, up 4.4. Nat gas still shaking and moving. Robinhood near the lows. Cheers, 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 Venkat. Take it easy. So a little bit of divergence there into the close with your S&P and Qs. Robinhood still getting smoked here. Nice to see. SCCO. That's starting to come in a little bit. SPY holding steady. Robinhood now down almost 3%, starting the trading week off on a bearish note. Honestly, where was the SEC the last time app dumped after Muddy Waters was looking into their bullshit? Exactly. It's all rigged. It's all rigged, right? Amazing dip here, guys. Amazing dip into the close. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Beautiful decline there on the S&P into the close. That is a wrap, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Great job if you were to take AMD puts, like we said, off the open. Again, I'm still holding those. But appreciate everyone for tuning in. We'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, everybody.